Yes, you're a cat. I know you're a cat. Okay. I think we're live. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, how do I do this? There we go. Pop out the chat. I can't pop it out, right? Chat is on top. There we go. I've got chat. I've got 1,000 relic quests. I've got 3 viewers. Hi guys. Okay, so Stormblood replay. Does it make a Rogadin? How do I do this? New game plus. And here we go. I know. Hi, Swilly. Hi, Rahela. Balder says hi. Baby boy. I think it starts here at least. Yeah, it starts here. So I guess tiny bit of context for my character's backstory. He wasn't the Warrior of Light up until this very point, pretty much. He was in the Ala Mhigan Resistance, and then he died. Xenos put a katana through his face, hence the eye patch. And then he woke up in Limsa with the Echo and the previous Warrior of Light's memories, and on roads into Stormblood from there. I think you guys know that. Boulder, over here. What? Come here. I brushed you before this. Okay. Is the game sound working? Can you guys hear it? Yeah. Meow. Okay. How you doing, baby? Good. Oh good, you hear all the important things. Okay, I will say, all proceeds to plan. We should soon be receiving word that Alliance forces have secured Veilsar's Mall. Until then, however, we can but ensure we are ready to move the moment we hear the news. The dialogue was clumsier back a few years ago. Baby cat. Cat, don't yell. Cat.
東の空に消えた万神とオメガ。果たして帝国はどう動くのか。おっと、すまない。ついつい考え込んでしまってね。そろそろバエサルの頂上に向かった同盟軍から連絡が来る頃合いだと思うのだ。
Should I switch the audio to English for you guys? I think I'll do that after this cutscene. Yay, Tatar.
来ました。エオルゼア同盟軍の伝令さんが暁宛てのお手紙を持っていらっしゃいました。
来たか。タタル、すまないがみんなを暁の間に集めてくれ。書簡を読み、対応を協議したい。
了解です。
つい先ほど届いた書簡によると、ラウバーン局長率いるエオルゼア同盟軍が無事にバエサルの頂上の確保に成功したとのことだ。
Balder, you are under the screen.
初手はうまくいったようね。 それで例の晩神とオメガについては
Maybe you should redo Omega as part of this too.
現時点では
We'll see.
どちらの消息も判明していないそうだ。これから本格的な捜索を開始すると書いてある。そしてもう一つ、我々暁の血命に対する協力要請が記されている。
協力要請？
ああ、先ほども説明した通り、エオルゼア同盟軍はバエサルの頂上を抑えた。これが意味することといえば、
バエサルの頂上は万神に汚染された地域であるエオルゼアを封じ込めるために作られた防壁。これを抑えたということは、帝国軍の進行ルートを遮る壁を手にしたということ。
Let's invade Garlemald!
これはアラミゴ奪還のための進軍ルートにもなりうる。
その通り。だが、エオルゼア同盟軍としては自分たちが侵略者になるつもりはないそうだ。
それってつまりアラミゴ奪還に協力する気はないってこと？
Gosh. Yeah, Olivion's watching this like... Ilbert had a point.
おっと、結論を急がないでくれたまえ。エオルゼアから帝国軍を追い出したいという点において、同盟に参加する4国すべての思惑
We have to ask nicely first. Okay.
だが、その
Whatever
ため
you
に
say, Alphino.
アラミゴ領であるギラバニアに軍を進めるには、地元の住民たちの同意と協力を前提としたいということだ。
なるほど。そこで
ご明察。暁にはというよりも、リセ、君にはアラミゴ解放軍との個人的なつながりがある。
Let's just pretend he mentioned Olivion there too, at least, and Olivion.
アラミゴの人々とエオルゼア同盟軍とを結びつけ、ガレマール帝国に対する共同戦線を構築する。
もちろん全力でやらせてもらうわ。
Yay.
よし、それじゃあリセを中心にギラバニアに向かう者の人選を進めるとしよう。もちろん私も参加するつもり。
絶対に大きな戦いになる。だから君、
Do you even have to ask? Oh, that's the dialogue option, as if you have to ask.
ありがとう。心強いよ。まだまだ未熟だから迷惑をかけることもあると思うけど、この旅であなたから何かを学びたいとも思ってるんだ。
Another thing with Olivion is, he got dead. He didn't want to go back, but Heidelin kind of just dumped him on the Scion's doorstep and was like, go, finish what you started. She wasn't very nice about it.
私も行くわ。リセの言う通り、激しい戦闘が予想される。
I love this line. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers. Bro.
そうね。私も同行させてもらうわ。
Cat boy.
言うまでもないけど、私もついていくわよ。でも、ウリエンジェ、頼んでもいい？
承知しました。もとより万神とアシエンに対する備えは我が役目。砂の家にて己が務めを果たしましょう。
I forgot how ridiculous Ranger's old outfit was. Look at this.
なら俺も居
It's
残
like
り組だな。
a burlap sack with goggles on top. 2 pairs of goggles.
お前たちが存分に暴れられるよう背後を守らせてもらうぜ。
There's your boy, Rahela.
助かるよ、二人とも。では、ギラバニアに向かう者は準備を整え、表に集合してくれ。
I'd forgotten how much better the cutscenes get in Shadowbringers. That are just more camera work, I guess. Tataru. Yay, Naga. Aw, she's a bit nervous. This is really a babysitting job for Olivia. Look at this. Lisa's oldest and she's what? Barely 20? Boulder, why are we meow? Good cat. Okay. I'll voice this cutscene.
出発の準備は整ったかい？
Wait, Boulder, hang on. Ready, my friend?
それじゃあタタル、すまないが石の家のことは任せたよ。
はいです。皆さんの留守はこのタタルががっちり守ってみせます。
I love Tataru.
冒険者さん、
I love her so
どうかお気を
much.
つけて。
She does all the work. Oh yeah, they were just sort of chilling in the Rising Stones for the whole of the end of Heaven's Ward.
ヤシトラ殿から聞いたが、ついにギラバニアに向かわれるそうだな。
ええ、エオルゼア同盟軍からの要請で現地の反帝国組織との仲介役を担うことになりました。
帝国との対決、私も参じたいところだが、すまない。我らはドマに帰らねばならぬ。
何を詫びる必要がありましょう。夕霧殿には幾度も助けられてきました。
かたじけない。しかし、最初に助けてくれたのはアルフィノ殿と英雄殿だ。故郷を追われ逃れてきたドマの民を救うため、貴殿らが奔走してくれなければ我らは全滅していただろう。この対応、
いろいろとあったものです。本当に。しかし、いよいよ戻ることができるのですね。
ああ、この地に根付いた同胞たちの安全を確保せんと先延ばしにしてきたが、主のもとに馳せ参じる時が来たのだ。必ずや主と共にドマを取り戻してみせよう。
そっか、そうだよね。故郷を取り戻す。
うん。戦う場所は異なれども、我らの気持ちは一つ。洋の東西にて反撃ののろしを上げ、憎き帝国の者どもに一泡も二泡も吹かせてやろうではないか。
夕霧、豪雪、こっちも頑張るから二人も気をつけてね。アラミゴとドマが平和になったらまた会おう。約束だよ。
Yeah, I can see why people thought Yugiri was death flagging a bunch.
もちろんだ。では、
Spoilers,
ご
she
めん。
survives. I will be right back though because Boulder needs seconds on deck. Yeah. Yeah. Baby, baby boy. Where's the bag of cat food? It's right here. Meow, 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 meow. Off to a wonderful start. So meow, meow. Infant cat. Infant cat. Tiny boy. There you go. There you go. Cat food for cat. Baby, baby boy. Baby, baby boy. I know. That was a cat. So crunchy, crunchy. Soft squeaky. I was playing video games. Okay, baby boy. Okay, I think I'm back. I was just thrust into another cutscene. 1,000 malms apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Lise, could you come with me? Yes. Me? What? Now? I'm alright. Then if you insist. Yay. Smudge on my screen. Oh, Gratzer Halo, got the new relic. As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as a science receptionist and start referring to you as a preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Tataru, thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it, and with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Giravania. Our first stop will be Amarasia Spire in the East Shroud. I can't. Elfie words. I can't. I'm just gonna start calling Harjafant Horsupang, which is when you transliterate his Korean name into English letters via Google Translate, it gives you Horsupang. That's easier to pronounce than Harjafant. Alright, off to Grenada. Veilsor's Wool was the very end of Heaven's Word, not the beginning of Stormblood, yeah. Yeah, because, Siren Song is the first dungeon. Okay, my timeline's good, because, what I've got going for Olivion... Why am I on such a long load screen? What I've got going for Olivion is, the previous Wool apparently died at Veilsor's Wall, and that's when Olivion took over. Hi, Grace. Why do I have a load screen from hell? I've been getting long load screens lately, but not that long. Okay, where are we going? Amarasi Spire. Oh, I got the relic. Things are taking forever to load. Look at this. He's a warrior. This is what I've always wanted. Warrior with the ninja outfit. Heck, I'm just gonna port. Why am I lagging? That must be the stream. I usually don't lag like this streamer now. Oh, my connection seems fine. It's not doing anything strange. Okay. Well, you're just gonna have to sit through my load screens. Thrush is making more thrushes. That's what you need though, more birds, right? Tiny baby chirpy birds. Hey E. Load screen from hell. I guess fight like it's very Springer. Nice. Oh, now he's a warrior. Now he's switched outfits. Oh yeah, his weapon isn't glowing because I got the matte version. Oh well, I like the matte. Anyway, back to Ninja. Wow, this lag is amazing. Okay. Down at the bottom. Stinging Sophie, that's a B rank. I'm just gonna take it out real quick. D credit, achievement credit. There's Alfie. Hi, Alfie. Ooh, here's. I thought I had the battle music off. Yeah, I do. That's on. Okay, Ishtola, hi. It may not be apparent to the naked eye, the Aether here is in turmoil. Not since the calamity has his land been subjected to the forces of magnitude unleashed by Shinryu and Omega. Was it always his plan to sacrifice his life to complete the ritual, to bring forth the arbiter of his vengeance, but not remain to see the aftermath? It's like, yeah, Corral, we kind of used that sentiment here in the Ala Mhigan resistance. That's how it works. Papalima had to know it would only be temporary. If Grandfather couldn't contain Bahamut with the power of 1,000 prayers, then what chance did his disciple stand armed with only a broken staff? I hope we get... I mean, I don't think he's gonna come back, but I hope we get more about Papalimo in 6.0. I won't let you down, Papalimo, I promise. Does God have anything to say, really? The Alliance holds the wall, sir. You may cross at your leisure. That's what he says after you finish this quest, because New Game Plus is like that. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed into Gira Bay. Or maybe you both updated, yeah. Ah, the Scions of the 7th Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? No! No Asi and Papalimo! That would be cursed! Proceed to Castor Morgans. Here we go. Cutscene time. Load screen time. It would hurt everyone. It would hurt me, Asi and Papalima. This cutscene or load screen hurts me. When I was streaming World, I did not get these load screens like this, so I don't think it's just that I have OBS and Twitch running. I blame Gaius. It's his fault. We have not seen a Lolithel Askian, although maybe they're too big and they don't fit inside Lolithels. But I think every single one that we've seen, except for the ones currently wearing Solus and Xenos, have been Midlanders, yeah. Default boys. I was thinking about the cutscene. Gosh, this is like Rabon Savage all over again. There we go. Here we go. I know that that's where we're going. Please don't give me another load screen. There we go.
エオルゼア同盟軍からの協力要請を受けて光の戦士と私たちはギラバニアの 辺境地帯に足を踏み入れた。万神に汚染された忌まわしき地エオルゼアと帝国領土とを分け隔てる巨大防壁バエサルの頂上。この漆黒の壁を踏み越えた時から新たな物語が始まった。紅蓮の炎に照らされた戦いの物語が。
Ta-da! A big honking hole that Shinryu bit out of the... Or, no, that was a mega bit out of that. Oh yeah! They used a Highlander model for Gaia. Although, what model did they use for Iggy? Yorgame? I don't remember if she was a Midlander or not. The girls are fancy, the boys are boring. Hi, Ravon. Oh, this is Ravon Savage. Hey, Hank the Chocobo, you're hitting the lamp in the house. Midlander. Quite an atmosphere here, isn't it? Everyone seems to be on pins and needles, though one can hardly blame them given recent events. Crafting Limbo, yeah. I have 2 Omni Crafters. I know Crafting Limbo. It's beautiful, I love it. The Alliance has done well to repurpose these Imperial facilities for their own use so quickly. The General's in high spirits, don't you think? I know the feeling. I see the colors of so many nations, Limsa, Lumenza, Gridania, Ul'dah, and now Ishgard. Well nigh brings a tear to my eye. We have much to be proud of, Olivia. Like, yeah, kid. Definitely my doing. So this is the East End. Not too different from the rest of the Shroud, is it? Though truth be told, I'm not sure why I thought it would be. Just a little bit more nuked. Oh, that's a Puggy. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Origins. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We had barely any contact with them. Save for a few skirmishes, we've had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall weren't enough, Elbert summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald did not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Elbert's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask us? I love Elbert. He's the worst. I love him. Xenos won't do anything. Xenos might get bored. Well, I guess that's the thing is, we don't know what Xenos will do. That's the problem with him. He'll do whatever he feels like, and you can't predict what he's gonna do by, like, what would be effective for his goals, because he doesn't have goals. He's gonna stab someone. Who, where, and when? No idea. Anyway, as stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Ala Mhigan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave it to you. Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Oh, Sid shows up here. Oh yeah, doesn't he, He bookends Stormblood with the Omega stuff. Huh, all the caster in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Allagan weapon and Draconic Primal, Omega, and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying the trail of their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like Omega fell into the earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should try. We should hurry it up. We should hurry up and find it, regardless. I'm sorry, I can't read today. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press into Garabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Just pans around while they all come on. I guess it's a little silly to have him standing around talking about going in contact with the Resistance when Olivion's standing in there in his Resistance getup. But it does make sense, though, if he died and popped up on the other side of the wall, and as far as anyone knows, he's not part of the Resistance anymore because he's dead, so he can just go back. I guess it makes sense. So I gotta say something else. Someone got dead. And you've probably heard there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Raugu's Reach, an old temple to the east of here across from Baden River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial troops. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. I guess I'll finagle that and have Olivion tell that to them instead of the other way around. That's what I was saying. Oh yeah, how much time... The game doesn't ever give us any hints about the passage of time, but, let me switch to my Griffin. But how much time do we think passed between Baelsar's Ball and the start of Stormblood? I'm guessing real time, a good few months. I think that probably works best with Olivion. I compress it for Ostercat, but... Which Griffin should I ride? You guys hear that? My neighbors are putting up walls or something. Hmm? Yeah, you can just ban Gaius? Silly. There we go. If you ban Gaius, then the entire plot won't happen anymore. Silly, I can't read Japanese. Meow. Because I have to get about 5 times that a year passed between the Doman Rebellion and the start of Stormblood. Yeah, and it doesn't really fit that in exactly where that is in the thing, so it's just that, yeah. It's vague. I think they left it vague on purpose, which I guess works since I do compress it more on one character than the other. They call it East End because it marks the end of the Black Shroud. Note the sparser vegetation. Okay, Captain Obvious. As it's the end at the east. No, really, I'd never have guessed. On your guard, the Imperials know these lands better than we. Yeah, better than you! Olivion, here. You wanna bet? Really? It's so quiet, almost as though the Imperials haven't been here for some time. And for disturbing language and threatening Xenos, yeah. At the risk of upsetting the cartographic fraternity, I can't help observing that East End depends entirely on one's perspective. I mean, people don't think of it as Gridania anymore, do they? See, Kryle's smart. She's not being Captain Obvious. Yeah. Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast toward the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. Good, because Alphabet swims like a rock. Hey, Puggy, is that someone else doing the same quest as me? Nice. I love the fringes you got. Wait, so I finished the Beast Tribe, but I'm in New Game Plus. We've got... I wonder if I go there if it's all rebuilt with the Ananta. Because it does have the Garlean flag, but I wonder if we've got the Ananta stuff. Go check that out. Well, it's a question for me now. I just flew right over this. UI off. glance, it certainly seems shallow enough. We should not linger out here in the open. Ishtul was right, we need to cross before the Imperials spot us. See, brother? Nothing to worry about. Though no one would blame you for donning your buoyancy aids, just in case. I love her. We've got some great characters in this thing. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. I remember the very first time I did this was on Ostercat. He was wearing all black. He was wearing... I just picked up Red Mage, I think. He was in the Plague Bearer coat. All black, velvet and leather crossing the desert. You're wondering about the tower to the south. He's like, no, I was just looking at it. I know all about it. Exposition time. It's part of Castle of Velotna. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. Olivia's like, you did not need to point it out. I can, as you said, see it from miles away. So this part here, it's always bugged me just how quickly, I guess it's because they want to keep the maps kind of small and playable, but how quickly it goes from the Black Shroud to the desert, just a few steps away. There's, in Albuquerque, in New Mexico, the Rio Grande goes right through Albuquerque, and it's got, they call it the Bosque. It's a river forest. There is a forest in the desert along the banks of the river, and I've always imagined this is looking kind of like that. Like they just kind of did a mix of desert and plantiness. But you can look up the Bosque online if you want. It is an honest-to-goodness... It's a sparse forest. It's kind of a dry forest. But it is an honest-to-goodness forest in the desert. But yeah, just look how absolutely abruptly that happens. I think I tweeted about it like a year ago or something. But like what I would have done is put like an entire map that's the edge of the fringes and the... This is the fringes, the edge of the Black Shroud and a river forest there. Corridor forest, I think is what they call it. And then a second zone would be all desert. But that doesn't really work with the story, because you just walk through that in like one quest. That's what this stream is going to be. It's going to be nitpicking, expanding, headcanoning, babbling. Probably should have walked before. And then here we've got, yeah, same river, but with, I mean, I guess it's a tributary. It doesn't really show the rivers on the map. But yeah, same river, but like, no plants, just dirt. Which also makes sense, but it's just so close to the river. Yeah, and you know, the Guardians probably did clear cut it. There might have been a river forest. Are we there yet? So the reach lies beyond, but I don't see a path. And we didn't run afoul of even a single patrol. What a pleasant surprise. And that there were no surprises. At least did well. That is reassuring. No, I'm just gonna have to headcanon that Olivion led this. He got them through without seeing any Guardians. We're here, on the other side of this pass is Rauga's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some trick to this. Olivia's just gonna stand back and let them see the little surprise. Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Ishtola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or perhaps an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms. Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleons. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tatar was told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us and shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. Glitter. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare. Yay! All clear, let's go, let's go. I suppose you could disguise almost anything with a glamour prism if you really wanted to. Have you ever used one? Why am I asking? Of course you haven't. Olivion actually doesn't use glamour prisms. He's nervous about magic. And he generally doesn't use glamours because they're pointless. Hence the face. He could glamour, he doesn't. Seeing it now, I feel rather foolish for not having deduced it earlier. Egg, the chocobo, you were standing on top of the Lollafels and flight. Let us pray that they are amenable to our proposal. United, we stand to accomplish so much more. Impressive or no, 20 years is a long time for even so complex a glamour to escape the Empire's notice. It's like, yeah, kinda. I worked it out, there are people here who more know him by reputation or have met him briefly. No one, at least in this faction here, there are none who worked with him or like are his friends or anything, but Conrad knows him by name, at least. Basically, there are plenty of people here who heard that he died.
城塞都市アラミゴの守護神、破壊と彗星を司る海神ラールガーが舞い降りたとされる伝説の地。海神信仰の聖地ラールガーズリーチは反帝国組織アラミゴ解放軍の活動拠点と化していた。そこで私たちを待っていたのは祖国奪還のために燃える不屈の闘士たちだった。
Oh yeah, I need to finagle what's his face, Meffred a little because Olivion didn't do that. Didn't do ARR. This is your first view of the Reach when you're first playing it. When you first walk in. Stormblood was good, you guys. It wasn't to everyone's liking, and the pacing is abominable, but it was good. Pixel tree. Hello, person who bought $5 with the Butterfingers over there. It's good to see Nago up and moving again. I wasn't there when she headed home, so I naturally assumed she'd left too soon. Always overdoing it, that one. Fascinating. A massive, nigh-imperceptible glamour encompassing the entire valley. I see now how the settlement was able to escape the watchful eyes of Imperial airships. That is such cool technology, though. It's just glamour the entire Reach. I mean, I love Stormblood. I made a character to fit into it. Ordinarily, I'd shudder at the thought of armed rebels trampling about an ancient temple of immense historical importance, but Ralgr is the breaker of worlds, so it seemed rather appropriate, if anything. Like, Kry'll behave. This temple was once home to the Fist of Ralgr, as I recall. Yes, there's no mistaking that statue. It's hard to feel at ease with that giant statue looking down on you. And I was like, what? It's comfy. I like it. Oh, so you really came. I never thought I'd see you here. But I'm glad. I'm glad. A pleasure to see you again. And Kry'll and Ishtola, without whose help I might not be standing here today. At least not so soon. I think Meffred probably, because I remember I did the Dark Knight stuff and you do meet Meffred's buddies and that, and I think what I was working for that, it's been so long since I played this one. What I was doing with that is that yeah, Mefford and his buddies probably did know Olivia a little bit. Not like friends, but they'd met him. Heard of him. Olivion's more well-known than he thinks, just because he's been around. He managed to survive 20 whole years. Everyone knows about it. You'll forgive us our precaution, but we couldn't be sure who would cross the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though, the Science of the Seventh Dawn. And a dead guy! Because, yeah, if Conrad knows Olivion by name and reputation, but might not actually recognize him in person, then it makes sense for him to just be, oh yeah, and they're with another Resistance guy, and just run with that. And then later, when he hears something like, wait a minute, I heard you died. I guess it wasn't as bad as we thought. Conrad knows the purpose of your visit and would like to give you a proper moment. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. I like to play with the Japanese voices. Generally a little better acted. I just got used to them too. But one thing that I really like in Stormblood is that all the Ala Mhigans have roughly the same Northern English accent. And usually in fantasy, they give out accents per character with no regard to like culture or history or community or anything. They just kind of slap random accents on people. So you have like Pippin and Merry in Lord of the Rings have different accents, and one of them has the same accent as Gimli, and it's just completely wild in the movie. It's just randomly flinging out accents all over the place. But in here, all the Ala Mhigans have roughly the same accent, to a greater or lesser extent, and really interestingly, Raubon to a much lesser extent, but he has the same accent, which is world building that you don't get in even the best like fantasy films. It's something really good in the voice cast, English voice cast. Small talk. To be honest, I already know what I want us to work together, but we've still got to talk it over with him. When we first met back in the Shroud, I took you for just another adventurer. By Rallier, I still can't believe how far you've come. He didn't actually say that. Although Mefford was interesting on my Gردanian character.
改めて歓迎しますぞ。我らアラミゴ解放軍の拠点にまずは自己紹介をさせてくだされ。わしはこの拠点に集まる者たちのまとめ役をしておるコンラッド・ケンプじゃ。
Dubious honor.
コンラッド殿、よろしくお願いします。我々は暁の血盟に属す者たち。今日は一つの提案をするためにやってまいりました。ですが、その前にまずは礼をさせてください。パパリモやイダ、いや、リセが危機に陥った時に救いの手を差し伸べてくださったことを感謝しています。
Yeah, because Ida and Papalymo spent the entirety of Heavensward just hiding out. Yeah, I guess they were in Ralga's Reach.
何、お互い様じゃよ。二人には以前から何度も力を貸してもらっておる。
ごめんね、騙すみたいなことをして。
反帝国活動を続けておれば、偽名を使うものなど珍しくもないしの。
We'd do the same if we had any sense out of that.
パパリモ殿のことは惜しいことをしたものじゃ。
Speaking of, Olivion's name, Olivion, is a by name. His real name is Alaric.
でも、パパリモのためにも、アラミゴを奪還して、エオルゼアから帝国を追い出さないといけないって思うんだ。イルベルドが起こしたような悲劇は、もう絶対に繰り返しちゃダメだから、私たち自身の手でアラミゴを奪還しなくちゃ。
そうじゃな。わしらの部隊からも
鉄仮面の言葉に従って出て行ったまま帰らなかった者たちが大勢出てしもうた。彼らが万神召喚のための逃げとされたのだとメナンを通じて暁からの報告を受け取った時には、必ずや帝国の支配を打ち砕かねばならんの。
ええ、その通りです。我々暁がここに来た理由も、アラミゴ解放に向けた動きをさらに前進させるための提案を届けるため。エオルゼア同盟軍はあなた方アラミゴ解放軍との共闘関係の構築を望んでいます。私たちはその仲介役としてやってきたのです。
Here's the thing. Ilberd was screwed up and wrong, and maybe killing giant piles of his own people was not an okay thing to do, but also it worked. This right here is exactly what he wanted. He's also hoping that the Primal would go beat up a bunch of Garleans, and it kind of didn't. But his false flag operation and the Primal summoning, it accomplished the exact goal that he set out to do. He wanted to force Eorzea's hand and make them come help. And it worked. The tragedy of it, the irony of it, is that Eorzea was on their way anyway, and even if he hadn't summoned a Primal and killed a bunch of his own people, Eorzea would have shown up and helped, and this still would have happened. Maybe a little later, maybe a little less intensely. It'd still happen. So that's the irony and the tragedy of it, which, according to Olivion, maybe Ilberd should have done it a little sooner, but also maybe Ilberd shouldn't have done it at all. A little conflicted there. At his very lowest, worst points, Olivion just thinks Ilberd was right, and that, why not? It worked. Usually he's not quite that hecked up.
強大なガレマール帝国を前に戦力的に劣るわしらとしてはエオルゼア同盟軍の参戦は願ってもないこと。
I love this. Hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior force of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones.
じゃがここでことをする前に主だった仲間たちと話し合ってから結論を出したいと思う。
I guess from Eorzea's perspective, they are, ever since they got rid of Gaius at Praetorium, the Empire's kind of left them alone, more or less. So they don't want to provoke any more trouble than they already have. So from their perspective, that makes sense, but from Conrad and Olivion's perspective, it just seems like they just don't want to get their hands dirty. They don't want to help if it's going to be any risk to them.
もちろんです。
Let's gotta think this over. It's funny, I whiplash between taking a very charitable, sympathetic view of the Eorzean Alliance and with Ostercat, and then with Olivion. I'm like, jerks who won't help. Let's go wandering around up in Ishgard, which expressly has rejected help for their stupid war, instead of coming over and dealing with this, and just wait until Ilberd goes nuts and summons a Primal. Cretanians are finally willing to fight me. Gosh, that was good on Ostercat. No. We'll need to call the other senior members together to make a decision. You heart of gold, Olivion. We could have never come this far without it. So they would have us wait. We made them wait for 4 years. I can't imagine that they would refuse what they did. Papalima and I weren't entirely honest with you. Though we were sheltered in Little Ala Mhigo at first, we spent most of our time here working with Conrad and his people, but you probably guessed that the moment I led you to the beach, didn't you? Yeah, because in Heaven's Ward, they didn't mention or show anything on the sidewall. She was just in there. It's not as though we have to stand around here indefinitely, do we? Oh, they make you do chores! Here's the fast forward button. Chore time! So it would seem we find ourselves in the surfeit of free time. Ah, forgive me. You are free to look around Ralga's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It gives you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Here's the thing I had for Olivia, though, is he may or may not have briefly visited Ralga's Reach since the Resistance thing, but when he was a kid, he'd have visited here a few times with his dad when it was a monastery. It was still full of punchy monks. So it's quite different now. Let's make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will. I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside and out. I can show you around if you like, Olivia. Great, let's get started. Let's just say they decided to look around here. Because, yeah, before Theodoric happened, Olivia's dad was a very devout Ralgar devotee. So they'd have visited here. Maybe there's like a yearly festival or something. I bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Ala Mhigan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard all the way over by the spine in here, and plenty of Seekers in the Sun like Naga. There's even some decent well-beast women, I suppose. Like that one over there. She's in Ananta. They've been with us for a while. Yeah, they were just assumed that you weren't Ala Mhigan. The game, I don't think I'll show on question the horses at the first one. And they gotta get the exposition out no matter what your character's backstory is. So it doesn't take too much tweaking to just elide this out and say you already know it, or you're just discussing something with both of you. But one of the smaller factions has the rest of them don't have anything to do with us. They're no different from the Guardians, though. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Mood! Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you couldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most of them know they exist. That's enough about them, anyway. Let's take a closer look at that statue of Ralgar, shall we? Bounce it, bounce it, bounce it. Back up just a second. I wish you could angle the camera further up. I guess you can't do that. Switch. There we go. They're out there. One thing I like about New Game Plus is you end up seeing, or just bringing a second character through. It's super familiar things that you already know about. You end up seeing with fresh eyes. Look at this. You got this little thing on the wall. It's really I don't know if my cursor's on it. We've got stuff carved directly in the wall. I was just taking that screenshot. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The breaker of worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all these centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across the Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky, and led the way to these mountains of Yerovania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. The storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed on the stone by a monk in the Fist of Valor. Ida explained it to me. A day will come bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through in the end. Ah, sorry, that was a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the Inferno. Feels like this wasn't here last we checked. Deafening glare. That's is it the same company? Okay. Yeah, it's the same party. He is doing the same quest as me. Talk to each other. You two are come to inspect their facilities? As you can see, they've done well to set aside this much space, but their supplies are insufficient. We examined the patients and offered what assistance we could. However, for many of their injuries, time and bed rest are the only effective treatments. One thing I really liked in Stormblood is we finally got some info on the limitations of healing magic. Because before, it just kind of ignored it. But they remember, mostly, I mean, there were some pretty egregious flubs, but like when they send you back to, it's a side quest, but they send you back to Castle Oriens to fetch a healer, and doing that on my white mage main, it's like, oh no, he's injured, I must go get a healer who has 1/3 the capability of me. But for the most part, they were more aware of healer player characters, and tossing little things like Kryl they're talking about, what needs to be done. Yeah, this is a place where Nero sat around with his TV guides and his jello puddings and stuff. Sharing jello pudding, whatever, with that alpha. Silly's fanfic is canon! This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the costs, as Conrad would say. Foreshadowing. We should go. I'll show you the Aetherite Plaza next. Bastards got me in the shoulder. I've still the strength to stand on the battlefield, but I'm no good to anyone like this. Too many wounded, too little medicine, too much to worry about. So I don't. Instead, I pray every day for the fighting to end. Some surgery going on in here. I fear there may not be much I can do for this man. Don't tell me, that's none of my business. Doctor-patient confidentiality. She's gonna remind me to attune to this. When you've seen one Aetherite, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design dating back decades to when the Fist of Valor was still here. It may look a little different, but works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next. But don't forget to attune to the Aetherite before we go! It's quite possible, actually, that I think I might have already attuned to it, like, 25 years ago? More than that. Ah, excellent. They've no shortage of settlers here should we have need of their services. Hardly surprising, where there is war, there is profit to be had. Arms, armor, potions, you name it, these folks have got it. Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep the provision. If you're short on anything or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alpha and Alice are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Took a while to notice them. If you need to buy anything, now might be a good time. I said that. Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. You finished discussing your proposal and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I sent someone to fetch Tola and Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me. Oh yeah, they don't. Oh no, the do chores bit comes later after Xenos wrecks the place. Let's give you a tour this time. Oh, with a Moogle inside. Sorry to have kept you waiting, but matters such as these demand due deliberation. It could have been overnight, actually. Could just, yeah. We'll begin once the others arrive. It's cutscene time. She gets cold.
待たせてしまってすまないの。ようやく話。結論から伝えるが、わしらは同盟軍からの提案を受け入れ、共闘関係を結ぶことに決めたよ。
ありがとうございます。それで
助力を申し出てくれているというに、条件などというまず知っておいてもらいたいのは、アラミゴ解放軍という組織の性質について。実態は小さな組織の寄り合い所帯に過ぎず、もちろんわしらと協力関係にある他の部隊にも根回しはさせてもらうもの。
なるほど。事情は理解しました。
助かるよ。恥ずかしい話じゃが、わしらの部隊にしても。
How many? We don't ever get an actual figure on how many people followed Ilbert to the wall, but it was a lot. Shinryu is a lot of friends.
組織を立て直すべく奔走しているところなのじゃ。なるべく早く同盟軍との共同作戦を成立させるだけの体制を整えたいとは思っておるが。
One thing I've got going for Livion is he was in one of the small villages when Ilberg came through recruiting. Ilberg or his buddies came through recruiting. And yeah, recruited everyone right out from under him. And Livion and just a small handful of other people decided to stay behind and not go to the wall. He almost followed over to the wall, basically. Decided to stay behind because someone needs to defend tiny villages from Xenos' boredom. And that's how he got dead. But, yeah, he almost followed him. And yes, they're left to... It was basically, Livion was kind of in charge of that because there was just no one actually in charge. Just a handful. Just a skeleton crew.
じゃあさ、その体制作り、私たちにも協力させてくれないかな。本当の意味で仲間になるためにも大事なことだと思うんだ。
願ってもないことじゃ。
Oh, now are they gonna make me do chores?
私とヤシトラの2人で野戦病院の方を手伝うことにし。
では私は一度頂上を越えて戻り、暁に参加している者たちを中心としてアラミゴ解放に参加する意志を持つ義勇兵を集めてこよう。
Yeah, he goes and fetches Arnvald right here, doesn't he?
集 つかましいが、お主らに頼みたいことが。
分かった。できることなら全力でやるよ。
There's a puggy on the table. What a relief. For a moment there, I really wasn't sure which way it was going to go. Lots of puggies on the table. Now that we've dealt with the formalities, we can get to work. I'm glad you're with us, friend. As if there were any doubt. Pinch me if I'm dreaming, because I'd swear it's finally happening. The whole of Eorzea committed at last to the liberation of Ala Mhigan. Did we ever get an age for Meffred? Did he... Has it just been Garly in hell his entire life? I think he's pretty young, though, yeah. Right then, Nago and Meffred are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Olivia. Oh, which way? I know what, way back in the day when I first did this on him. I know what Aether compasses are. I remember, yeah, way back in the day when I first did this, I had a reason for which one I picked first, and I do not remember what it was. It's been so long. It's been... I did it on Ostercat when it first released, and then I did it on Edith, the second character, who was stranded at the beginning of Shadowbringers, actually. And then I did it on him. It's been like 3 years. Let's pick up both of them. Meffred cannot help but wonder if you remember who he is. That works. At risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here, of all places. But I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? Let's just, yeah, say he did meet him before and does remember him. It was just on this side of the wall instead of that side of the wall. I'm impressed, given everything you went on to accomplish, you'd be forgiven for forgetting about our time in prayer, you know? Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either. Northern lives to say. I'll give it a think, but I'm thinking that I am just gonna put something equivalent to the Quarry Mill thing before Quarry Mill, so even further back, and just drop that somewhere before he nopes out to Gridania trying to get to the other side of the wall. Gosh, it sucks to be Ala Mhigan, guys. As for me, I went to Little Ala Mhigo while Agalien was recovering. Gundabald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Ala Mhigo, and others went to Ul'dah for work. As you can see, I chose to come back to Garabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alagana. Alagana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Ah, that's right, you're from Alagana, aren't you, Lise? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around. We can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. I guess, yeah, I'll do his first, and if I remember why I chose one or the other. Yeah, I think I did do his first, because I did Nago first on Ostercat. I guess, okay, you can't pick up both up. Oh yeah, the, barterers aren't here. Get up my honking griffin. Get that ice ring from people. I forgot just how much they changed the... Sorry, my map is up. But just how much they changed the layout here once you unlock the vendors. Like, lots of activity going on. Like those just bunch of random tables. They're doing their best. Gosh, look at the architecture of this. vendors are in Mordona with Rowena. Run around in circles. Buy cat food for all. Ida and I were born in Ala Mhigan, though I can't say I remember much about it. Looking for the tunnels of the peaks, it's right this way. Oh yeah, when you come out here they talk about Theodoric and the monks and all that. Lore time! Lore time! This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Ala Mhigan. Clear the barricade, if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. Yeah? What? Baby boy. There are more villages out there. There are more villages out there than out here. But also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Ida and I were born in Ala Mhigan, though I can't say I remember much about it. Sure, except that. Way's clear. After you, Olivia. Yeah? I fed you cat food just a bit ago. Albert is one hell of a sore spot. I love it.
帝国と戦う同志を募るため、私たちはギラバニア山岳地帯へと向かった。荒々しい山並みが続くこの土地で、私たちは目撃することになる。帝国による厳しい統治の現実を、そして屈辱を受け入れながらも日々を生きる人たちの姿を。
Indeed, there's a glamour. I forgot they showed the glamour coming down. Well, more or less, they cut before it actually came down. Close enough. I wonder if, before doing that in New Game Plus, if I had poured it into the peaks, would I see the rock up and not be able to come through? Because you couldn't get into the peaks. Not bad. Yeah, Olivia feels like if he knew when Ilbert came through and was like, yeah, who wants to go to the wall and beat up a bunch of Garleans and convince the Eorzeans to come help? He was like, Olivion thought it was a great idea. But he feels like if he'd known what Ilbert was actually up to, that he had those dragon eyeballs and was about to summon a primal and kill everyone, he would have stopped him. But he isn't sure if he'd known if he'd actually been able to do anything to stop him, because by that point he was probably tempered. This wasn't the work of the Garleans, but of Theodoric. His army massacred the monks here decades ago. By the time the Black Wolf arrived with his legion, it was already a ruin. I know. I know. Baby cat. Sit down. Good cat. Good cat. Yes. Feed egg chocobo another. We have glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. So far as Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The village is to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move. See, that's what Gaius actually thinks of us. Gosh, I cannot believe Werlet. I cannot believe Werlet. Werlet took all this and said, doesn't matter. Just ignore it. Gaius is good, actually. Briefest metronome. I keep going. Start going. Okay. God, look at the tower to the southeast. How long did it take them to build it? Southeast. That one. Oh, yeah, it's you go here with a swashbuckle cat pants. What's his name? His rune. Nary an Imperial in sight, that's a mercy. Ala Mhigan is due east, past that bridge. Follow me, it's not much further. That looks like a hunt mark. Is it a hunt mark? If it is, I gotta relay it. I think it's a B mark. Let me Google super quick though, sorry guys. I am an avid hunter. I think it's a B. Oh, it's a Fate. I'm stupid. Look at the Fate logo right there. Yeah, people say that, well, okay, when Stormblood was a thing, a lot of people were saying it was just as good as Heaven's Ward. And some people were saying it was almost as good, or some people were saying it was slightly better. But in general, it was well liked. And then as soon as Shadowbringers hit, everyone hated Stormblood, but still loved Heaven's Ward. It was just bizarre. Maybe I started looking at different corners of the fandom and there wasn't actually a shift, but it seemed to me that they just suddenly decided to hate Stormblood. And like, before, they didn't really notice the flaws with it, or they didn't really care much about the flaws, and then after Shadowbringers dropped, they saw nothing but the flaws. Like, it is definitely flawed. It brings up some very serious topics that it doesn't actually address, and then it also has... The pacing is just abominable. It's just like there's Russian dolls. They took an entire expansion story, the Doma plot, and shoved it inside the Ala Mhigo story, and it's just... That's not how to shape a story, guys. There's two good stories, though. They're just crammed together weird. I couldn't have been any older than 5 when they left this place. My memories are hazy at best. Her canon age is 24, 25, right? Because I guess, yeah, as soon as the Imperials hit, I guess Ida took her baby sister out of there. Yeah, I'd stick the landing. That's a good way to put it. Desynthesizes weapons. You can rest easy. We made it. This is Ala Mhigan. This is somewhere I live. It's definitely bad. It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry. That has nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do, but as I said back in the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. Olivia's kind of... Hi. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Ala Mhigan lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. Excuse me. Not if you didn't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. Excuse me. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there's still some brave men and women here willing to fight. Elder got the last one, guys. Up to the dregs. Be someone to synthesize their weapons. God. Now that would be just a good like flex on someone like teabagging them, except better. Desynthesizing their weapons after you beat them up. Ragnford, that village elder, is over by the store. No time like the present, let's have a word. I remember my very first time through this really liking this part, because just like, you start with, yeah, Ala Mhigo, beat up the Garleans, yeah, and then you get in here and it's just, it's been 20 years, everyone is just trying to survive. I think when I came through here on Ostercat, this is what started giving me ideas for how to roll Olivion in this game, because he was one of my characters in Secret World. And I hadn't rolled him in this game because I just couldn't find a way to fit him in, because if I'd punked him down, he would have just noped off to farm somewhere and just refused to do the plot. So I needed an impetuous form, and I think this here, getting into Ala Mhigan, is what started giving me ideas for how he could fit. Don't know you, traveler. You a merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Okay, the uniform maybe would have given him away, but that is a good reaction to him anyway. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Ala Mhigan, and I would know of your recent troubles. Ah, your comrades of Mefred, I see, I see. Speak on, though, I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more. Such is a rumor, is it true? He lit a fire in their hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes, and now you come to steal away what few remain? The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We've made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time, cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our god, and they demand a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards with every fiber of my being. But hate's not enough, Mefford. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go, now. Leave us be and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half of our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. I love him. No, you don't, because it's my village too, my home. What in the hells are you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Lise Hex, and I'm here to take back my homeland. By Ralgr, the last time I saw you, I didn't even know you were still alive. I never thought you would come. I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either. And that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Ala Mhigan is as much your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Bunnies in your yard, Swilly? I want to see the bunnies. Did you post bunnies? You did not post bunnies. Do what you will and say what you like. You'll find no recruits here. There are actually a lot of side quests out of here that I didn't do yet on Olivia. At some point I'm going to go through and do them. Side quests usually don't... They're good, but they just don't give you very much. Not very repeatable. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnford might help us to recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky, and it's hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, and if we can do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and look around. Why did I refresh Chocobo? I don't need Chocobo. He's just in the way. Bye-bye, bird. A new face in Ala Mhigan? Huh. What will you ask of me, then? Stranger and a generous soul besides? Bollocks, there's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I expect you'd go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother's working the rocks by Grimm and Enid. He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? Right then, Frightened Kirill is his name. Ask him for the leftovers, he ought to understand. Other S-rank relay. Stupid fate. It's not. No, it's not even a fate. That's just a normal mob. God. You think someone who runs as many hunts as me would be able to tell a normal hunt mark and a fate apart from a hunt? Nope. Can't steer. I love the architecture. And these mountains are based on a place, the name of what I forgot. Somewhere in Turkey? Anyway, there are real life sticky uppy mountains like this. Let's see. Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone instead, but so be it. It's all in the sacks up yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mind, so be careful when you pick them up. Like, if a Rogadin tells you something's heavy, you know to watch out. It's okay, Olivion is made of beef. Pick up the unconscionably heavy sacks. Oh heck, my chat's coming in. There we go. It's not actually a Johnny Cash song, but Johnny Cash does. I've got the pop out for the Twitch chat covering my tooltips. Unconscionably heavy sacks. You can't see the journal here, can you? Or can you? No, I can. Okay, good. I feel, again, here, there's too much water for too little plants. This one's a little better with the sparse plants kind of petering out. A little more than the fringes, but they're not trying to abruptly get you from the Black Shroud into Garabania. I think the landscape design here is just, it's a story-first design. So if something doesn't make sense geographically or looks a little hinky, they kind of don't care and just hand-wave it to get you through the story. It's no fair though, because I compare it to Lotro, which is very much landscape first. Ah, the new face. You have my leftovers. Unconscionably heavy leftovers. Huh, well, B, you actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes have got good deposits. It ain't hard for my brother to pass for any other plodding quarryman, all while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side to bundle up and sell to the settlers who trade with the resistance. It's a living and a way of fighting back besides. Our way of spitting in the Garlean's eye for putting our father in imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive even. Though if he were alive, he'd not belong for this world if we were caught fighting for the resistance, so this is the best we can do. That's the long and the short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folks here ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result's the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know, that's all. That we know why you're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. See, that's just such a good reason. It's a good world building too, though, on how Gardenwald works and how crappy it is. The Garleans are evil, and they're good at this. You recruit conscript someone, and then if he doesn't behave, you can nuke his village, and if his village doesn't behave, you can just kill him. Everyone behaves. Empire wins. I know. One time, I was just Civilian and Grace and Mochi, and we were talking about how terrible Merla was, and Mulder interrupted us to her terrible. That's his opinion of Gaius. This is terrible sounds. You best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Yeah, I know, cat. Looking for folks down in your luck? Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labor's right out, too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea, what helps with it, though? I need to grind a chapuli horn and a hornbill talon for the blend. And you'll go and get some for me just like that? You needn't trouble yourself, so. I have no expectations of aid, mind, but if you happen to pass through the last forest and stumble into some chapulis and hornbills... I don't know how to play ninja. No. Good enough to take out a few mobs, though. A locust the size of a house. How good we just need on the beach. Yes. Seems like my load screens fix themselves. Look at this, look how good this looks. Haven't got the proper lighting. I complain about the landscape not making much sense sometimes, and about gosh, it's loud, ninja. And about there not being much storytelling in the landscape and the maps being too small, but what they do have is quite nice. Just go back. There we go. I really like the architecture up here. It reminds me of New Mexico again. There are cliff dwellings. Some of the Native American pueblos had cliffs a lot like... Oh, there's a mark there again. Cliffs a lot like this with houses carved into them. And these ones have just little doors right in the cliff face. But what the Native American houses had was a carved cave into the cliff, and then there would be another structure out here. So you have like a wood in front of the house, and then the back of the house is a nice cool cellar in the rock. Tell this isn't all. Yeah, it's just the climate and landscape in here. Like, it's a lot of places is very clearly meant to evoke, yeah, Turkey and the Middle East and stuff. But it also just really reminds you of New Mexico places. I hate the desert, by the way. They did a good job of it. Yeah. Olivia likes the desert. You've been gone a while. What brings you back to Allegana? Animal parts. Oh, I never meant to. I mean, in times like these, you never think people will actually. This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. And the Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one... You're with Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time. And so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that I'd have made a difference if I'd thought back. I knew what a lot of them were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. It didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others. And by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me, too. And many others, I imagine. Help them, too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. I like the contrast between Alagana being so down, too. And, the thing I keep linking every time subject Garlemald comes up, the Griffin's little speech. His big rousing speech and everyone's all riled up and stuff. But I guess he got the last of the people who felt that way, kind of. And everyone else is just, yeah, trying to survive. Oh, Balder. Here's Meffred. Meffred is hard at work trying to win over the villagers of Alga. Can you guys see Balder? Do I need to angle the camera down so that we can see Balder? Yes, here. You can see cat. Lovely cat. Cat. Soft. Soft. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? I think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. Not there. I brushed you hours ago. Cynical youth. You know, that would be like a canon Roganin name. He couldn't have been a Roganin because that would just, everyone would just think that was his name. Oh, can't. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager. Someone's never been to the other side. That's not fair. Or is it fair? That's fair. That is entirely fair. Oh, and who's this? Another of your freedom-loving friends, deigning to help us, poor unfortunate souls. Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise, you weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart, and if you truly have any love for it, too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact that I left them behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Ala Mhigo. Let's go and find Meffred. Sometimes I do get a little annoyed that the story really forefronts Lise, and Stormblood is about Lise, like both sides of it. When she's hardly an Ala. I mean, define Ala Mhigan. But like she wasn't. Cynical Youth has a damn point. She was not there. She's heard all about this. She knows more than most Eorzeans about what's going on. But it's true, she wasn't there. And she's just kind of swooping into... She's out of her depth. And it kind of annoys me that the story forefronts her. But it makes good points and addresses the stuff. It's just... It's the clumsy writing. It's just a little bit clumsy in that it switches back and forth to just going, Lisa's the greatest, and Lisa's gonna save everyone. Let's give her Ala Mhigo. And, Cynical Youth gainsaying that. It works out, but I think it could be a little better handled. It would take more time for her to... Lise could do with having a little bit more humility. She has some, but they... Or maybe not her having more humility, but maybe this narrative just needs to give more weight to her learning some humility. Because she does. She has some, and she learns it. She grows a lot in this, too. I also think this would work better if it was the actual... If this was the older sister, and the Ida we know, and the younger sister was tagging along with Alphanel and stuff with the kids. The cat fur in my mouth. Ah. Say that. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame them, given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow, I don't know. But if anything, I just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle they do either, Lise. I ran too, But if I hadn't, I'd have never met Olivia or the rest of you. Just made Olivia's name. And we might not be here today in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. Enter for Adela. Help someone, anyone, we need help. I don't like the sound of that one bit, come on. I guess I like Lise as a character, I like what they're trying to do with her, but I feel like it didn't quite land the way I wanted it to. It's still good, it's just the writing is clumsy and the pacing, it comes down to the pacing again. The pacing is just clumsy, and give more weight to her actually learning, and give more screen time to the people who gainsay her, and then maybe don't give her a position in government at the end. Like, she's an excitable, young, punchy person. She'd make a great bodyguard for whoever gets actually in charge. Put Nago in charge. Leave Conrad alive and put him in charge. Put Ragnarfred in charge. He knows what he's doing. Rakata, the Tributum and the Bloody Ratman, and they... Damn it all! You there, take a deep breath and then tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tributum's due soon. We were taking it to the Imperials when the Quikiran attacked. You took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. It was just an old temple before they came. And listen, Wakata's the only family I've got left. If I lose him... The Ziggurat, the Ratman took him there. He's as good as dead. It's cat fur in my mouth. We've got to go after them. If there's even a chance her brother's still alive, we have to try. Let's talk to everyone. If this sodding leg of mine was any good. You've got to hurry, the gods only know what they could be doing. Cannibalism! You shouldn't get her hopes up like that. Everyone knows the rat will eat their prisoners. Told you so. As if I hadn't played with them before. We can save him if we hurry, come on. You're right, at least we've got to help them. If not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Garleans won't suffer excuses if they're late. I guess... I keep saying I guess like that when I'm about to start talking about Lise. I like her. She's a good character. I liked her better as Ida. I guess this Alagana part is good, and I wish the themes that are started here were more thoroughly explored and developed throughout the rest of the game, the rest of Stormblood. But I guess we gotta chop, get on to Doma. So Wakata's being held somewhere in the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Quikiran bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. I think Mala defines cannibalism, and Mala is my go-to for this. Mala defines cannibalism as if they're both sentient species. So Quikiran eating Highlanders, yes, cannibalism. I remember doing this without flight. You had to find your way up the stupid Ziggurat. Being a tiny unlevel catboy, didn't know what he was doing. I think it was full Shire gear, maybe it was mostly Shire gear when I came through. I hadn't figured out how to augment yet. I know, I just fly. I overshot it. Oh yeah, because you have to talk to them before. I just flew to right where New Game Plus problems. Please let me go, I'm begging you, I don't want to die. Hear that? I think it came from the top of the ziggurat. Who dares come to loot our man flesh? Ours to eat, ours to eat. We knew we'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. Apparently these guys were going to be Beast Tribe, but they ditched it and did Namazu instead, which I regret they ditched this, but if that was the cost of Namazu, I'm not going to complain. I thought you said they'd be no challenge. I also said there'd be a bloody host to them. I'm actually going to switch to this one, because I forgot that he uses a canning Shamshir sword thing when I picked this one as a Lydian's cannon, I forgot. Puggy is 62, I will help. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill the way to the top for this Puggy. So as much as I enjoy the more serious aspects of Stormblood and everything, the Namazu side quest, Namazu Beast Tribe was one of my favorite parts of the entire expansion. I'm not saying something because I really enjoy the more serious parts. Sense a slavering presence. I'm ready to say eat your flesh. Something. Matchers. Boulder. There's my hello. Oh, definitely could have used more Sadu. Gosh, Sadu's great. I think everything in Stormblood that I like, it could have used more. I've said a million times before in Discord and stuff, but Stormblood feels like two expansions mashed together. It should have had an Ala Mhigan expansion and a Doma expansion, in either order, whichever one first. But it should have, yeah, two full expansions, because there is enough for that much story in those two. The themes could have been developed more thoroughly. I mean, they wanted to get us into Shadowbringers, and that makes a lot of sense. I totally understand why they condensed it, but it does both Doma and Ala Mhigo a disservice. An appetizer buffet, yeah! Except each of the appetizers would have been a great main course. By Ralgar, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Speaking of appetizers. Oh, you found him. Wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's going to be alright. My sister? Oh, Ralgar, she be praised. She's safe. And you lot fought your way in here just for me? To think there are still good brave folk in this world. Lena's like, I only fought my way up to that buggy. I'm just gonna fly in. We should go before the Kikirim return in force. You still have the Tributum. Oh gods, the Tributum. The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What, right now, in your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. Yeah, if they did do it in two places, they would have had to vary the story, do it a lot different. If you remember, yeah. Unlike him, are barely considered people under Imperial rule. They're to work hard and pay their taxes, and if they don't, there will be 7 hells to pay. Beatings, imprisonment, enslavement. And as for your wonderful, well... yeah, guys did nothing wrong. Guys didn't even know this was happening, guys. I cannot believe that this stuff was in Stormblood. It's like commonplace, yeah, that's what it's like in Ala Mhigo. And then... well, it happened. Yeah. Werle pisses me off so much. Okay. Moving on. Gonna mute for a while. Werle isn't real. Werle didn't happen. I keep telling myself this. And it's encapsulated well, and I can nip it out of the story so it's not canon for any of my characters. So I don't actually have to, if I don't want to, I don't have to deal with Werle. They made a good job of making an optional side content. But it infuriates me and disgusts me. I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. Turtle going on a decent thing. I'm gonna desync Gaius. I'm gonna desync the whole Werle. What's to say? On are barely considered people. Gaius did nothing wrong. Rectify these two statements. Yay, Ferdola. Listen, Olivia and Mefford, I think we need to go after Werkata. Wait, you had better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. Yeah, Whiskar, that was the Ala Mhigan back in ARR who explained it to Sid what was going on there? I think it's something around the Ironworks. It's been so long. I need to replay that. But like, basically he just said at length and gave an anecdote of the sort of thing Mefford was talking about there. I know that I do, and I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safe. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. Describe that one. Feels that good. Gosh, look how nice this is. Anytime I go here, just... my first time through Stormblood, I was just annoyed that it was all a desert, because I don't like deserts IRL. But going through it later, with a character who likes deserts, who feels this is his home, I just get into a different headspace, and I can see how nice it is. Those cool floating rocks. Oh, Swilly, there's a fate up in the Tempest. It's, go get your frog head, Swilly. I just relayed it. Go! Log in! Swilly! Frog! Well, Whisker is the cynical youth. Okay, I was thinking of, there's another Ala Mhigan in ARR who gives the anecdote about how his mom and sister threw themselves off a cliff. Swilly, log in! Go get Frog! Get Frog! Get Frog! You only need one more, so you only need partial credit. Just go hit Frog. Sorry for everyone else. Swilly has been needing a frog head for years. Overflew this because I was just admiring the landscape. Of course, Philly wouldn't have spawned if we weren't eating. Like you're not at the grocery store. Yeah, oh yeah, that's one topic this game could have handled better, or just opted to not handle. Like, it paints the Garleans as the monsters they are. So I can see why they did that, but yeah. In the dirt, you spy a chocobo feather. Alpha. Any luck? Should put a shirt back on with him. No, I shouldn't. A chocobo feather is aye. By my reckoning, it came from Rakata's bird. In which case, there's a collapsed bridge just down the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. A good part of the majority of all just conscripts. Real Garleans are gonna go die for Garlean causes. They get to stay alive for Garlean causes. I will protect this baby puggy. He's in the cutscene. Can they really see us all the way up here in town? You bet. Any minute now, I expect he'll come thundering around the bend. Hear that? Get ready. Get to cover quickly now. And that's another thing that the Garleans took from Rome. From the real life inspiration is Romans would conscript people and then just send them to different places. So yeah, conscript a bunch of Ala Mhigans, send them to conquer Doma for you, mix things around. Are they Imperials? What you think? We're skulls. Listen, Lise. Stay hidden. This is voice they're not doing.
何があっても飛び出すんじゃないぞ。
Glamoured.
おい、そこの怪しいやつ、動くな。
お待ちください。兵隊さん、私は怪しいものでは。
何？税の支払い期限などとうに過ぎているぞ。見えすいた言い訳を。
いえ、解放軍なんかじゃありません。ここに来る途中で盗賊に襲われ遅れてしまったのです。本当に属州勢を。
Step on me too, guys. Rhyla, that's cursed.
動くなと言った。
I scared the chocobo.
おいおい、冗談だろ。属州税は全収入の5分の1という決まりだぜ。これっぽっち。
Angry crafting.
ああ、お返しください。それが本当に全額なんです。
黙れ。期限は守らず盗賊だなんだと嘘をつく。その上。
Remember, this scene gets a little intense, but they do that tactical scene change.
今出ていけば、彼は解放軍の一味として扱われ、家族もろともよくて強制連行。悪ければ皆殺しだぞ。
Solid isn't fair, so yeah, that's the point.
貴様らグズがいつまでも帝国に逆らうから、俺たちの世代は市民権を持っているってのに、アラミゴ出身ってだけで差別されるんだ。どれだけ能力があっても、どれだけ努力しても、与えられんのはこんな偏僻な場所の巡回ばかり。
そのあたりにしておけ。そろそろ定期報告の時間だ。
They didn't do the tactful scene cut. That was all on screen. Yeah, I remember that getting a bit intense for Stormblood. I mean, cutscenes got a lot better with
どうにか解放されたようだな。とにかく戻るぞ。
It's really nice Jew mats for a stupid hat, yep. God, Ferdola is great, though. Ferdola redemption arc in a tin. Oh, more puggies. Lots of people doing his name is Alistair Crowley, and he's a pink puggy. I love this. I love my server. Fair is great, guys. You could have done something instead of just letting it happen. Really, Lise? Could you have? Lots of community service, yeah. I heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that wasn't their thing. It tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy, but they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. That is, Olivion's opinion in a nutshell. And if they decide to switch back, that's great too. The worst thing about where I live is that guys could have been given a functional redemption arc, and they didn't. There was the workings of it were there with the Ascians finding out that his precious empire was Ascians all the way down, and that he was the weak being ruled by the strong. I mean, I already went all over that in my other stripping sent over Discord, but like the makings of a redemption arc were there, and they threw them out the window and pretended he didn't even need one. Mercato's alive and the tributum's been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Ala Mhigan until Ragnfred, his man got the job done. Ragnfred. I love the names, though. I'm pronouncing them. The fact the Ala Mhigans have Gothic names, mostly Gothic, a good handful of Old English and other Germanic languages, but primarily Gothic names, and the very obvious Rome inspiration for Garlemald, just it hits me right. I like it. I read Caesar's Conquest of Gaul, in translation, of course, when I was like 16. I loved it. I spent the whole time being furious at Caesar. It was great. I want to punch guys just once really hard in the jaw so that he goes off the cliff and never comes back. Fish can eat him. They get some tasty garlic. We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Mercato told me everything, how you fought with the Quicarian and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met with the Skulls, how they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Meffred's a warrior, as is your comrade. And you're strong like your father, that much is plain. But I think Ralgar you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Mercato and his sister would have been branded insurgents, and the whole lot of us, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for only gods know how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, just so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth when you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Elise, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, gods in heavens is my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it, nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox, too. If she's set on walking the same path, I pray she won't follow it to the same end. I like Ragnfred. He's a good guy. He knows what he's doing. He's alive. I knew Curtis when he was younger. Golden locks and piercing blue eyes. When I finally looked into hers, I saw at once she was his. Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's okay. Lots of puggies. Lots of people doing this story. I guess I'm playing. It's peak time right now. Ah, there's our stray. Maybe you should take the lead in this, Lydia. Okay. Sorry about running off like that. Ala Mhigan's terrorizing their own. I just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know? I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels or whatever it was, but nor did I expect Ricotta to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place, or even my father's face. But I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. How old? We know how old Ida was, don't we? She was a lot older, right? Like 10 years older or something? It's been ages since I looked at the lore book. Her home, but not mine, is it? It's your origin. It's not your home, but it's your origin. That's okay. There you are, at least. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. I've got something else to say. Aye, that I do. I said some things to you that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I love my village, but when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after Ricotta, but you did. Okay, so only like 5 years older, Ida. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them, so I will, if you'll have me. You're asking to join the resistance? When you put it like that, I suppose I am, but not just me. There are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but... If your heart bleeds for Ala Mhigo, then that's enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Rauga's Reach. They are desperate for warm blood. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when you're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No, I was just thinking out loud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. Oh, and Ala Mhigo fell. So, would that put her 20 years older? That's a age gap? I mean, I'm going to talk. Ostercat's sister is 21 years older than him. Okay, back to Rauga's Reach. I can just teleport. If Ida was that much older, then how did Lace manage to pretend to be Ida? Oh yeah, because there was that bit in Heaven's Word where someone is like, "Golly, Ida, you don't look a day older." Sorry, merchants. I'm tripping over things. After you, Olivia. If you don't mind, I was thinking of staying here and assisting Mefford with the training of the new recruits. If you think you can help, then she can teach my boy how to touch. Ah, I missed a couple of the side dialogues. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling, too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross the battlefield, but when, not if. That day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Ala Mhigan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons. But they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on a blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows, maybe you could be one, Lise. Father certainly was. Right then, I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Olivia and Lise, it's been a pleasure. I'm gonna take an intermission here. I'm gonna take a little bio break. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'll go next. Can I sit in this? I guess I think I've gone there. Yeah! There we go. Okay. Shut off the camera. The mic. There it is. Intermission time. I'll be back in a few. I return. Baldur? Yeah? The light's right in my face. Yeah, come here now. Get. Meow. Lobster tree, meow. Legs flattering. Oh well, I'm not here to look good. I'm here to play video games. What? My huntling shell is blowing up with people asking questions about relic weapons. Ah. I see that link shell blow up and I'm like, relay hunts! Anyway. What? Now. Wait, did I unmute? Oh, I need to turn off the AFK. Yes, I unmuted. Meow. 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 I can't remember fucking meow. Alright. Okay, I already did that. Do Mnago's turn! That's not a Lalafell, that's a bug, a Vath! Okay, Vath Puggy. I love you, Vath Puggy. Look at him. Actual for real Vath. Just wandered out of heaven's for it. Okay. I love puggies. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Should have cleaned my glasses while I was on the call. Smudges. Yes. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you in silence for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but the parting thank you was the very least you deserve. My apologies. He's like, it's fine. All these are almonds. Cats don't like almonds. Remember? I show Baldur an almond, and he sniffs at it, and then rubs his whiskers on it. He's underneath the table, you guys can't see it. Yeah, you can. And now, thank you, down to business. Commander Kemp's entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Alden commands the forces at Castor Oriens. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great, that's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass heading out of the village. As in Stormblood, in Shadowbringers, what order you do the 2 sides in, whether you go for which of the twins first, I've given it a lot of thought because the story feels different. The start of the story feels different depending on the order you get those things in. But here, I guess it doesn't matter that much. But I think on Olivion I did do my first time. I did do Maverick first. Let us defer to Mnago with regards to the route. While we could just as easily head back the way we came, there could be any number of reasons why we should not. Leadership first. Yeah, I think most people did do Alice first. My reasoning when Ostercat did Alice first was we needed to catch up with her quickly because we'd been kind of mid-sentence, mid-conversation when she got gotcha gamed over into when XR claw machined her back to the first. And so as soon as Ostercat got in there, he was like, yeah, we were kind of mid-sentence. I gotta go catch up with her. Yeah, and then with Olivia, I did Kalusia first, and mostly just do them out of order to see how it went. But my reasoning was that Elsa is fine on her own. Alphino may need help. Okay, I'm just babbling. Okay. Got everything you need? Good, then let's be off. Yeah, and Heaven's Ward, it just... Gosh, I forgot that you can actually pick the order with Heaven's Ward. But yeah, it doesn't really make much sense to do... Elf Big Brother tries to get you killed first. It's cat fur. There's eternal cat fur. Where does this cat fur come from? Alphamon needs a lot of help. Yep, he does. Less in Stormblood and Shadowbringers. He grew up so much. But he needs a babysitter. Why have we stopped? Is Autumn in us? Quiet, hear that? That was a Corellium engine backfire. Imperials. You gods, you have preternatural senses. I don't hear a thing. Cat ears! When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern divided into 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for them. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Olivion's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank. Any questions? No? Attack in 5. She does not give a unit of measure there. Because I was wondering the other day if we have cannon units of measure smaller than the bell. Because we've got bells for hours. I guess we don't have a cannon minute. Fanfic writers go wild. Good luck. Hello. Hello, baby. Yeah, let's move this over here. And my dot takes care of that. And there we go. Lie in wait. Where is it? Imagine growing up in a place where this is a normal animal that you might see out on a nature walk. Even if you're not unsettled by spiders, that's not a normal thing to have. Just wander around with the locals. It's like, oh, I went on a walk and I saw some baby bunnies and a cool bird and a spider bigger than me. I'm pleased to report that the Empire is short 3 soldiers. Not that any self-respecting Legatus would be sorry to lose them. Gaius did nothing wrong. Gaius cares about his cannon fodder. I can't say I didn't notice that. It's like Australia, but worse, yeah. Get a flamethrower E. You just burn the house down because of the spiders. It looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces, with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that. But don't doubt that they do the same to you if the roles were reversed. They hammer that point in here with the conscript. They really go hard on that, at least at the start. Here we go. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those things can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened with the wall. Yeah, we were talking about this. So. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices they're missing patrol. Oh, there's Gaius's wall. It's literally called Bale's. Does the MSQ never actually takes you down to, sorry, to the, just overshot my mark. Never actually takes you down to the little swamps down there, does it? So, I know that a lot of the White Mage quest was down there. More soldiers? I didn't think they'd come this far west, but we better to be safe than sorry. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces at Castrum Oriens were under the command of Flame General Rabban Alden, did you not? By Ralgar, the bull of Ala Mhigo himself, I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. Oh man, imagine if the animation they used for Grahatia meeting Estinian, imagine if they had that for this part coming up with Nago. Angelic rabbit. Gosh, there was some fan art that's I've seen a billion times floating around of Rabban holding out Pippin in his hand. Look at my son, this tiny, tiny potato. I turned from a survey of the ball but a moment ago. We have yet to recover Papalyma's personal effects. I'm sorry to say, but you may rest assured that we will notify you and yours the moment we do so. If that ever happened. I don't recall that ever happening.
おお、貴様たち。アラミゴ解放軍とは接触できたのか。
ええ、死者を連れてきたわ。彼女はアラミゴ解放軍の一員、メナーゴ。で、
お初にお目にかかります。アラミゴの猛牛、ラウバーン閣下とお会いできて光栄の限りであります。
よしてくれ。ここは闘技場ではなく戦場なのだ。アラミゴ解放のために働く同志として接してもらいたい。
失礼しました。我らアラミゴ解放軍の指揮官コンラッド隊長からの書簡を預かってまいりました。
ありがたい。こちらの申し出を受けてくださるのだな。組織の立て直しが必要というそちらの事情についても了解した。
はい。書簡にも書いてある通り、鉄仮面の作戦に参加し、命を落とした者も多く、それに地元の者たちから同志を募ろうにも、相次ぐ作戦の失敗で解放軍の信用に陰りが。
I left my tea in the kitchen. Yeah, I know. Meow, meow, meow. Maybe a different.
故郷をアラミゴを奪還したいという思いはあっても、命がけの闘争に身を投じるには成功の希望が必要よ。 無謀な戦いに誘うのはそれこそ先導というものだわ。
確かにイルベルドのごとき先導者になるわけにはいかん。戦争である以上犠牲はつきものだが、その先に勝利の希
望ならば父上、その希望を見せましょう。今の反帝国活動に必要なのは成功体験です。小さな作戦でいい。まず同盟軍と解放軍が協力し、帝国軍の部隊を打ち破ったという実績を作るのです。たとえ小さくとも勝利という事実が希望の灯火を灯すための火だ。
確かに帝国軍に勝ったという噂が広まれば、今まで以上に協力者が集まると思います。でも
私に考えがあります。
Yeah, I always forget that most of the Lalafels in English sound as small as they are. Nothing beats Yu Yu Hase though. Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castle Mhigan. Namely, the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against the Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons? That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment. And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Alliance, they will have their rallying cry. It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you've had a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew we weren't alone. And you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly, and so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if the field test is imminent. What say? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan and on. Nako's adorable. Look at her. She's a smart, good cat. I love cats. Okay. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. I also love real cats, Balder. I love you more than Nako. He's staring at me. He's gazing at me. Okay. Prototype Magitech armor, eh? This may prove the challenge. You know what fanfic needs to be written at some point? Is Alice learning Red Mage, her doing the Red Mage, her own version of the Red Mage quest with Swashbuckle Pants. What's his name? Saroon. Fate has a way of leading one into the most unexpected alliances, does it not? Yeah, this is entirely expected. Raban knows exactly what he would like you to do. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from the look I see it as a foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn east and into an Imperial graveyard. You're dab-handed. You need to turn east end into an Imperial graveyard. You're dab-handed. This might be a fool not to use you. Livion's like, yep, That's my strong point. Head to the spot on your map. Right here, aye. A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Ala Mhigan. Go do what you do best. I remember being a tiny baby All-Star cat and getting chased by these stupid things. And like, I didn't want to fight them for some reason. And they could kill me. I didn't know what I was doing. Is this your Bone Savage? I keep forgetting exactly where it was that people were getting involved with that. My information was inaccurate, it would seem. The patrol never came. All went to plan then? Good. Our scouts report that a unit escorting the prototype weapons has left Castellum Villadena. The resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guests to arrive. Oh no, see, once you finish crafting all that, then you just buy 8 more retainers to store the mask just in case you want to go back and craft something for a low-level friend or alt. I know, Baldur, I'm insane. Yay, as was his face.
どうにか言い訳できたけど、さすがにまずかっただ。でも、この最新型の窓兵器があれば。やっぱり月は回ってきてるぞ。
You don't want to gather a giant pile of just a stash of every mat in the game. I keep it pared down, but I have 8 retainers that are full of crafting mats. Yeah, monster drops, I buy them or I send my retainers out for them, my combat retainers, because combat retainers don't have RNG, they're blessed. Garland's little troublemaker, as he calls him. I don't know this sinks me, so I don't know. I'm not level 80 and I don't know how to play ninja. I guess, Grinawat would not want revenge for his Olivia wasn't there for the thing. Previous version. Well, I guess it makes sense. He probably has seen watching close to his brother and recognizes him. Yeah. Xenos the head, he failed to get his tongue through. And then through the rest of the game, he's not correct for this instance right here. I like doing just little tiny tweaks like that to make things suit my characters. And usually you don't need a lot of the time. I need that shit. Shift a line of dialogue there, reorder something. This is 60-50 on how nice. Levion is in his element here. That's one thing I really enjoyed with Boja. I enjoyed it, Levion did not. But he's been out of this sort of thing for a little while. And then sending him back into Boja, he is very much at home and very much not okay with the idea that that is what it is. That's a level 80 skill I tried to use. Positionals? Ow, I can't reach my positionals enough. Oh, there we go. What was so wrong? Attack. Like I'm synced down. He who fights and runs? What the? Who in the hells are you lot? Yay, Conrad. For Ala Mhigo, let none escape. Oh, it's still going. Okay. Attack. I have it now. fair, the actual resistance dudes, what they wear, ninja coat, tank pants, healer shirt. Or healer hat. I forget what the gloves are, but I think they might be pink too. It's no fair. Meow. Kaboom.
まだ兵器がやられちまったと。このポンコツクズ鉄できたかね覚えてやがれ。次会う時がお前の最後だからな。
This dude, he's practically comic relief up until the very end when it suddenly takes a turn for the horrifying. This is an example of how Stormblood can be tonally. The pacing is wonky. It can also be tonally a little funny. He's comic relief and it turned into body horror. I love how when Robon gives the little one-handed sword of his to Pippin, Pippin wields it like a Dark Knight. Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Ala Mhigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. It was Marshal Tarpin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, carried it out to completion. Aye, that they did, not a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. And no doubt her comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. As will I. It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle. Nago, I leave the Scions in your care. I think if I was recommending an order to a new player who'd never touched Stormblood before, I would say do Minago's side first, and then Mephrod's side. Because tonally, Minago's side is more like the intro itself. And you're more like, yeah, kick out the Garleans, everything will be okay. And maybe to keep that enthusiasm going on, and then go see what's actually up once you go meet Mephrod's side of things. It's not a big deal. It doesn't make the whole story feel different the way it does in Shadowbringers. Just a bit of tonal homogeny. We shall return to the castle then. Olivia and Mistress Lavalier, once more, you have my thanks. As Master Kemp said, until the next battle. I know what that means. The one bad thing about playing a Highlander is they don't have very good animations and cutscene stuff. Like when I'm my cowboy, he emotes all over the place and he's super adorable. Olivia just kind of stands there and nods. Even in the more dynamic cutscenes. That brute of an Imperial officer was a force to be reckoned with, wasn't he? A fool, mayhap, but he held his own against the Flame General. What's this thing, Puggy? I don't know, it's saying Puggy. It's a Puggy. I heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously, look, it was inspirational. She has probably heard stories about him. And they're exaggerated. Ah, but you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. That was clearly written as talking to the Warrior of Life and Beyond the Wall, but it worked. That little exchange worked so well with Olivia's actual backstory. So Minago's ready to return to Belgium. The Minago side also feels shorter than Lisa's side, or maybe I just spent more time sightseeing. Yeah, my load screens fix themselves. I'm gonna blame Yoshi P for that load screen hell I was getting rid of. So, oh, sorry for saying all the background. I said that. I said that. The tale will need to be spread far and wide as to help the resistance draw new recruits. Fortunately, Minago is eager to see to that. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation. For that, we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons and smashed them. People will remember this day. Aye, that they will, for it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzea to drive the Garleans from our land. Yeah! Promises and platitudes mean naught without action. The Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Then again, also maybe Minago's side works better second because we just proved a point here, and maybe Lisa's side works best without that point having yet been proved. Or I could just say the story hadn't made it that far yet. Ha, to think that the last time Gridanian troops trod the soil was more than a century ago during the Autumn War, and that was to defend against our invasion. I guess it does get mentioned briefly. That's like the only mention of the Autumn War in that history. Not until Stormblood. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me a heart to see that, despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Olivia and Alice, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. You have a heart of gold, Olivia, and you can never come this far with that. You know, I think that's her small talk for the custom deliveries. That's overriding the right. Let's go get beat up and see what it is. I think we're at level 1. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. Yay, I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed, there were several among Scion's ranks who were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Commander Kemp, if I may, my name is Arvel Lentius, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Ala Mhigo, for Ala Mhigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true-born son of Garabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of Seventh Dawn, I believe we will be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castle Valar. Then in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Where's Baldur? That's asleep. Okay. Meanwhile, in God, Silly, if you would like to provide some sound effects. Guardians don't have anything of their own. They just take other people's stuff. Yeah, they can't even write there. Too much STEM funding. Exactly. They just... like, nice song. Pity if I put new words to it. Look at these jerks.
エオルゼア同盟軍は依然としてバエサルの頂上を占拠しており、接近する我が軍の部隊に対して敵対行動をとっております。先日も新型機の試験運用に出た部隊が同盟軍と思われる部隊と遭遇、交戦の末全滅しております。
全滅？どのようにだ？
同盟軍と交戦をしたのは我が配下の部隊になります。ただ一人負傷しながらも逃げ帰ってきた兵によれば、イーストエンドコンコーリにて待ち伏せ攻撃を受けたようでして。
聞くに足らぬ凡庸な戦だが、ただ一人の生還者というのは悪くない。生き残る悪運もまた力のうち、その者の命だけは狩らずに置いてある。しかし、
直ちに任を解き左遷しておきます。おこと
ほう、腰抜けは必要ないか。
He just gets bored and stabs people.
素晴らしい見識だ。確かに後方で安穏としている腰抜けは必要ない。
That was a good camera cut there. It really felt like the blade connected even though you didn't actually see it. More bloodless carnage.
さて諸君、俺は未知の万神が召喚された後、あえてバエサルの頂上を放置し、エオルゼア同盟軍の手に委ねた。なぜ？それは我が父君にして皇帝たるバリス陛下が未だにエオルゼアへの進軍許可を下さらぬからである。なればこそ我が管轄下たるギラバニアを両場とするためエオルゼア同盟軍を招き入れたのだ。そう、狩りを楽しむためにな。弱き獣を狭き庭に放したとて面白き狩りにはならぬ。好き 時にかけさせ時に追い立て警戒心を煽る。そのための我が猟犬が獲物に遅れを取るなどどしがたい。
Look at this creep. Look at this creep. He's like...
さて、優秀なる我が第12軍団の将校たちに今一度問おう。誰か帝国への抵抗を続ける蛮族どもを駆り出す良き策を持っている者は。
No, I like Xenos. He's unreasonable. You can't be reasoned with. Unreasonable and can't be reasoned with is two separate things. He's not a character, he's an obstacle in the plot, and for that, I like him. Because, you need to put a katana through your main character's face? Xenos is very convenient. I've said that gazillion times before, but... He doesn't need to be a character, he just needs to be the arm behind a sword.
口を挟むな、アラミゴ人風情が出過ぎた真似を。貴様ら現地民部隊は全提督が設立したもの。形式上軍議の末席に加えてはいたが、誰も貴様のような蛮族の助言など求めておらんわ。
I wonder if he keeps his scythes in his golf bag. He's gonna still have the golf bag.
So のアラミゴ人がアラミゴ人を狩ろうというのだ。
はっ、申し上げます。
Cutscene time. Okay, where are we? Long ago did I resolve never again to take up sword or spear. At first for sport, and then entirely. But a chance encounter with young Arnvald served to remind me that not all battles are as empty as those fought on blood sands. Alphino asked for volunteers, so here I am. First Ishgard, now Ala Mhigo, eh? No rest for the righteous. He was one of the ones who helped us on the bridge with the dragons. Beginning of Heavenford, right? Keep my head this history. Nago did well to spread word of our victory in East End. Hardly a day goes by without some would-be recruit arriving, inspired by the tale. I guess that means that while we were watching Xenos' cutscene, a few days passed. Arnvald was not much older than I am. We would often chat about this and that whenever I paid a visit to the Waking Sands. I knew he had strong feelings about Ala Mhigo and the occupation, but perhaps I underestimated his passion. Sure did, kiddo. Gosh, Arnvald kind of dodged a bullet with the Crystal Braves thing, didn't he? Is he be exactly the kind of person who gets swept up into that? Where was he during that? Was he on screen? He must have been. He was probably still in the Waking Sands. To go check something. For a long time, I struggled to make sense of that day in the Waking Sands. Why I survived when Abba and Ali didn't. Not anymore. It's all happening so fast, isn't it exciting? It is exciting. It's expected. Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties. Yeah, here come chores. We are here to help out. The three of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. I don't want to do chores. I'll do the chores. I think I'm gonna stream until right after the fight with Xenos, but we'll see how long this story with chores takes. Hello, fellow Ala Mhigan. I would like some chores, please. How is he that much taller than me? That's not fair. Sure that he's seen you somewhere before. beg your pardon, the man who bested Gaia's family, Belsar wishes to offer me his assistance. I say this is highly irregular. I have heard it said we have a penchant for aiding the common man, in which case... he recognized me. For the occupation, I was a humble historian, but while my duties leave me scarce time for all else, I think it important for these momentous events to be recorded for the benefit of future generations. You know, if he's a historian, he could have known Olivia's mom. I think I'll go with that. Oh yeah, Arnvald, back with the Massacre of the Waking Sands, his very first actual assignment as a Scion was to be the bodyguard for that little sylph, and the little sylph stayed back at the Waking Sands and he was out doing other things when it got attacked. So yeah, I remember clicking on him way back at ARR and he was blaming himself for what happened to, gosh, what's the sylph's name? Frixio? I don't remember. Something, yo. Yeah, that was his first assignment, was to his bodyguard. It was supposed to be an easy assignment because it was really more babysitting than bodyguard. Whoopsies. Arnold's rough, guys. Anyway, primary sources are indispensable, and I had in mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, asking their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. No, I remember this being a good little quest to sort of add some perspective and background. You may take down their statements in this log. Olivia, thank you for your service, now and ever. Yeah, that works perfectly if you just elide the comment about Gaius and, maybe he'll have met Olivia when he was like 15 or something. But, Inri the comment about Gaius, though. Golly, you're the one who took down the Black Wolf. What a good thing that was to do. Oh yeah, Widge is here. That's right. Widdergelt, who tries to kill you and then gives you his shirt. The monk quests are wild, guys. Why'd I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Ala Mhigo. We owned a stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a foam of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. Gosh, this stupid mouth. This is pretty in here, I guess. This. And I guess this right here is the entire Fist of Ralgr. But hey, three more than we had before. I should be using it right. I was just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? And there's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. Oh, okay, I guess. Oh, that's one of the chores we pick up later. Olivia's good at that. He's a good cook. Being low on stores, right? Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. Gaius did nothing wrong. I'm just screenshotting all these. Like, there was that big Tumblr post that, like, cataloged what the Empire's like and had a bunch of these, but there's way more where those came from. Mr. Wu, projector. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you don't bother. Why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Ala Mhigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or you're not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship, if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land, but it's not. Like as not, but that's the choice. For me, I'd rather die here. Well, you're dead either way. My bird got water. Well met, Olivion. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters as I asked? As fascinating as they are very. You have a knack for convincing others to bear their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, your accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. You must never forget, my friend. Oh, it's the You want to help, do you? Seeing as though I'm in no position to lead the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Tebe for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, just as long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. I guess the fetch quests and the chores are tedious, but it's also... I see what they're trying to do with it, even if it doesn't quite hit. They're trying to just... Things are tame, you're puttering around, you're kind of waiting, and then Xeno storms in. But since it's just, yeah, herbs, is it? 6 sprigs of whatever's on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the reach. This is one of Olivion's skills, actually. Canon skill that goes in the character sheets. Making something not just edible, but palatable out of whatever you can find. I've forgotten about this quest in that character when I did this to him. Bird! I want it. Is probably useful. I guess his New Game Plus is technically unlocking these, but still gating them. Because that shouldn't show up until after you finish his quest. It's New Game Plus. Here, plant. Where plant is. Where plant is? Heck, there's plant. Nice lady. is that stupid heckin' Aetherite or lookout point. I think I got it on Ostercat. I shot myself. Got it on Ostercat, and then I just like gave up and didn't even try on this guy. I think I got it on Ostercat. Maybe I did. The trouble with the things is that you don't get anything tangible for actually getting them. So if you just want the lore, you can just Google it, and you're not missing out on any achievements really. They fixed that with the Bozier field notes when they put in that Fran's motorcycle. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for. Yep. Actually, look at the herbs. Precisely what type of herb this is remains unclear, but the important thing is that it is green and fragrant. Plants fragrant. Thanks, that'll do nicely. And sorry to impose on you, sir. I thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize until after you were, But to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. But that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children more deserving than us. But a man can't fight in an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. Now we go talk to Snake Lady. The Snake Lady. Snake Lady, Snake Lady. How do, like, this is all stylized, but how do you think Snake Ladies actually move? Do they slither along the ground like real snakes, or do they just sort of actually float like this, all magically? How do they do it? I want to know. Like, I'll take it that they honestly float like that, and that they just don't even leave footprints. They just magically hover with their snake magic. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I'm going to try to do her snake voice. I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this eve, yet nary a one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all, these would-be warriors. Send them unto me, should you chance to find them. Alright, boys. Go talk to your snack boss. She's not that scared, I promise. I have literally 20 years worth of Olivia backstory. That maybe someday I'll write down. But among his many backstory things, he has from the beginning of the Resistance, sort of, he had a Snake Lady friend who was a very close friend who wanted to learn. She wanted to learn more about how people with legs work, basically. She wanted to learn more about cultures other than Ananta, and he was happy to share his culture and everything with her. And they were great friends, and then she died. Because all his friends have died. Because, of course. Let's see. I need a name for her, though. Training? I was too busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. Brooding recruit. 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Ala Mhigo should be a monarchy or republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know, until we drive the Imperials from our lands. The question is moot. Like that dude. Just thinking ahead. Earnest recruit. The teacher calls for me? I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitek armor, you see, and... Ah, yes, of course. There is no time. If you would excuse me. It's not as enormous. The last one is in the last one is in the graveyard. I remember taking forever to find this guy because he was like, yeah, right on the edge of the circle. I ran around and around, couldn't find it. Oh, bugger, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through their training. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger. I like the partly a mega quest where Alpha wanders in here and it's like, you can tell that the bird knows what's up. Hello, Mr. Person. I know, I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Guys did nothing wrong. I guess Rarlet wants us to believe that all these comments about the occupation being a bad thing, every single one of them is about the last year or so, last several months, however long, under Xenos, but it is clearly not the case. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials would be so kind. 'Tis a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. Damn it all, where could it have gotten to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a word of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? I'd been him. I had it this morning, that much I know for certain, and I've not left the Reach since, so it's got to be around here somewhere. If you've got a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist earlier, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the officers' pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, and I could just as easily buy another, but even so, please help me find it. Meow? Eh? What? Did you wakey? Did you have a good nap? She's cat. He wakes up and just starts yelling. You gonna eat cat food? Yes, he's going to eat cat food. I swear, I've searched high and low, but it just won't turn up. Seven hells, that's the one! That's my lucky ward! You're a godsend, brother. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodore came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Garleans, who cared even less for our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others, and when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories in the scripture, as my mother taught me. I wonder if that son is hypothetical, or if without a wife, with a baby on the way. Sure hope he lives to find out. Let's see, crossing blood. Where? Click this. Ah, it's behind me. Finally, instruments here. Alpinat. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Olivia, I hear you've been keeping busy. And the chores aren't too bad. Aye, that he has, and we thank him for it. And it pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. So that little batch of fetch quest must have covered another couple of days at least. Oh, sorry, I didn't read that. As discussed, Nago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castle Vladinet to General Alden personally. Of course, sir. So, are you and yours planning to return to Castrum Oriens before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kryla and Stola will remain will wish to remain here to support the Jurgens. But nevertheless, we should go and ask them. Okay, Jurgens there is a Greek word, and my face is allergic to Greek pronunciation. I have no idea how to actually pronounce it, and I don't even want to try to guess. And if you told me, syllable by syllable, I would forget within 5 minutes. I tried to learn ancient Greek once when I was a teenager. I learned the alphabet. It did not go very far. So I was just flailing around on my giant griffins. Fighting the Stormblood Wars. Cry all the time for you first. No, I'm trying to get you. Right. Been to the peaks and back, have you? Good to see you. Glad to see you're in good health. Is aught amiss? I see, that would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support. As was the case with Ishgard, however, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Ala Mhigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched into Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Baelsar and Van Darnus were but the first to try. Screenshot it up. Though your further is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilbert's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I can just imagine him going like his little exposition finger. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause, for it is ultimately the selfsame cause that I have served since first I pledged to serve Master Louisva in the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Eorzea by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Infilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Y'shtola for now and tend to the wounded. Infilia! I liked her. She was good. As for you, Olivian, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmund, the man who slew Gaius Van Baelsar and some half-dozen primals beside. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Just say he said something different there. Something about him coming from Ala Mhigo, perhaps? Many look to you as a hero and heap great expectations upon your shoulders. But you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. He's like, Hydaelyn decided for me. Empire puts there, we can but carry on. Archivant, horse praying. As long as there's a battle to fight. To be frank, yeah. Empire poses too great a threat. Yeah. Also, Heidelin is not giving me a choice. I might have to end up finagling that because they mentioned in a cutscene at the end of 5.5, maybe a spoiler, something about, it basically pointed out that the last time you actually heard Heidelin speak to you personally was at the end of Heaven's Ward, which would have been before Olivion got on-roaded into being the... I'll top off your water bowler. Before he got railroaded into being Warrior of Light. So... But what I've had happen was I've been having Heidelin cram his head full of Echo Visions until he cooperates and does what she says, so I might need to finagle that, or at least nudge a timeline a bit. Because this whole thing, he wouldn't have even gone back to Garabania. He'd have just noped out. He's like, I'm dead, I'm retiring, well, we're done. But Heidelin wasn't having anything of that. So I might end up needing to finagle it. But for the meantime, we're going to go with what I've always gone with, and we'll see what happens in 6.0. Indeed, as you've doubtless seen during your time in the outlying villages, their so-called meritocracy is but a pretext to torture and enslave their lesser subjects. I am screenshotting this. Such is the fate that awaits us all should their expansion continue unchecked. Here's a great Gaius. Screenshot, guys. Actually, it's such a great Gaius. Nothing wrong. Screenshot. Then I am going to crop it right now and put it on Twitter. There. It's okay, I have like 50 followers and 90% of them are Ala Mhigans. Okay. Where were we? Take care, Tola, Cryle, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Least, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go. Armanago will leave without us. In English, Kryle's name is pronounced Kryle. In Japanese, it's just pronounced Kryl, like the fish. I like to alternate between these two. Might I persuade you to join us, Olivion? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I am sure I can convince Nago to wait a little longer. He's like, what? No, I'm the only reason I'm here. Is to beat up my guardians. Speak with Alfie. I think that's the difference between Gaius's empire building and Gabranth's in Boja, is that Gabranth's meritocracy is less of a pretense and more of an effective form of government, because his Gabranth seems to be like, if you rule your conquered territories effectively as countries, then people don't rebel, and you can keep your conquered territories conquered, instead of stirring up rebellion and getting 100 Olivions on you. Grandfather stood with the army that faced the Garleans at Cartano. This is dangerously close to becoming a family tradition. Best make sure you've got everything you need. We might not be coming back for a while. So you will be accompanying us? A full glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Let's begin. I do like the idea, though, of Olivion having no choice in the matter because of Heidelin. Just along for the ride, and also absolutely dedicated to the cause of a free Ala Mhigo, even if you would actually rather retire now. Leave it to someone else. And Alfie still being like, are you sure? You don't have to make the decision too quickly. Let's see. Let me see if I can teleport there without actually ringing. Okay. Infinite cannon. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I am come at Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Ala Mhigans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field a half-dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good, I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot. Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum de Velladina. Capture Velladina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east toward the capital. There's no profit in delay. It's only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Ala Mhigan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, I want Velladina watched. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this one's. If there's no objection, General, might the Scions join Master Tarapin? His name Tarapin also makes me think Terrapin, which is like a toad. By all means, if that is all, let us be about it. It's a very dramatic angle on Ravan there. I like Ravan, he's great. Taking Velladina will be the first significant step towards wresting Ala Mhigo from the Empire's grasp. But make no mistake, there will be many more such steps, each one taken at a cost. This lead up to Velladina, I know where it goes, and I know how it gets dumped, basically. An accurate assessment of strengths and weaknesses will be the key to our success. Measure twice, cut once, as the Gridanian carpenters are so fond of saying. What does he know about Gridanian carpenters? For an operation of this import, we cannot afford to hold too many in reserve. Surely the Maelstrom must take part in this assault. They're all gung-ho about this. Nice build-up here. This will be our largest engagement yet. Our conjurers will do their utmost to provide support, but we must be prepared to suffer significant casualties. Castellum is less a military installation and more a supply depot, a storage and distribution facility for the surrounding area. That being the case, taking it will not only earn us a strategic foothold, but deprive our enemy of valuable resources. Conrad and the General are of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Admiral... gosh, my brain. We should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission and see how he would like to proceed. Not sorry for being almost on screen. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so as long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond East End, just north of the line. Go grab that sparkling water. This is Ninja. There's Bittermill. Guys did nothing wrong. Bittermill just kind of happened. He never noticed. You know, when I started this stream, I promised myself that I would make no more than a few stray comments about the guys did nothing wrong issue, but Stormblood in the early stages here is hammering on the things that Gaius has done wrong, so yeah. Any of you who tuned in know exactly what you were signing up for, though. Not appears out of the ordinary. Glance. Even should they be unaware of our plans, I would be surprised if their western defenses were not heavily fortified, given the presence of allied forces at the wall. Alright, hi Pippin. Go. Do I want to do this as ninja? I'm bad at ninja. But, the glamour. This ought to be close enough. Now we'll settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready, in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse. Yeah, ninjas can from this point, actually. Upon reconnoitering the castle of Ladana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Here we go, guys. Alright, bother.
帝国軍の様子に変わったところは見られない。敵戦力は想定の範囲内と考えて良さそうだ。よし、父上に連絡を。砲声、一体どこから？
見て、ラルガーズリーチの方角に煙が。
ダメだ。リンクパール通信も繋がらない。
まさか解放軍の拠点が帝国軍の攻撃を受けているってこと？
不測の事態が発生したと見て間違いなさそうだな。ひとまず作戦は中止。
いけいけ！帝国に逆らうアラミゴ人反乱分子を根絶やしにしろ！
I love her Japanese voice, by the way. Sounds good. Here it comes, guys.
貴様らたてアラミゴ人だろうに。
私はガレマール帝国人だ。
I wonder what she actually said in Japanese. She said something about Garlemald. Slow motion. You know it's gonna stick if it's in slow motion. Speaking of slow motion, this guy does everything in slow motion. He's creepy.
お気をつけよ、ゼノス様。手だれです。
せいぜい楽しませろ。そうでなければすぐに潰す。
あれはまさか。
総督、お前がみんなを。
Go, Elise, kill him now. Kill him now. Do it. Save us the whole plot. Like, impossible.
ちょこまかとよく動くわ。
いけない。
魔法省的か。だが、役には立たんな。
She just stands there holding that sword back. Until he goes on.
せめて撤退の隙を。
So, one other thing I have going with Olivion is Xenos killed him. And then he popped back up. And, he's very, very much not okay. But, one of the reasons he wanted to just retire and, stay dead and, not go back to Uravania and do anything was that he didn't want to face Xenos again because he was afraid that if he saw Xenos, he would just give up, give him the entire resistance on a platter, and just collapse, basically. Because he is that terrified of Xenos, because that kind of happens when someone literally kills you. So, he does manage to face Xenos without turning into a quivering ball of acquiescence, but, that is his concern at this moment.
アルフィノ君、みんな。
砲声を聞いて慌てて引き返してきたのですが、一体何が？
帝国軍の襲撃よ。突然逃げろって叫び声が聞こえて、あとはもう大混乱。コンラッドさんやリセたちが応戦してくれたおかげでどうにか負傷者を逃がすことはできたけど、まだ戦いは続いているわ。
まずいな。ここでアラミゴ解放軍に崩壊されては。
アレンバルド、負傷者たちをバイサルの頂上まで送り届けてくれないか。
了解、任せてくれよ。
ひとまず私たちだけでも救援に向かおう。一人でも多くの仲間を救うんだ。
See, not knowing that Xenos is their personal.
この騒ぎには同盟軍本体も気づいているだろう。じきに父上の救援部隊をよこしてくれるはずだ。
See, not knowing that Xenos is there himself, Olivion would be, yeah, let's just run in and save the day, I guess. He seemed pretty surprised.
私も行くわ。ここにいる人たちの応急手当は済んだところだから、癒し手がいた方がいいでしょ。
クルルさん、ありがとう。行きましょう。
That NPC has the ninja coat and an axe, and that is what I want. The Crypt Lurker axe. Thanks, okay. Alright. Make my character miserable. Whoa, that was a lightning flash. Hi, Ralger. supposed to just leave those ones here and go forward, or was I supposed to... Easy. Yeah, he's gonna be fast. Oh, that's not cool. Sink him, because that's neat. Gosh, this sucks though, because like 20 years of the Reach being hidden with those glamours, and then just when things start, just when you get the Alliance involved, just when things start seeming actually hopeful, Xenos goes and barges in on the Reach. I wonder why Fordola took her sweet time in telling Xenos about the Reach, though. I guess some shreds of loyalty. Sorry. My nose is just permanently itchy. It's been like that for about 3 years. These people that surrendered, yeah, well, is he? That's a dead Chocobo! He killed the Chocobo! You can't kill Chocobo! Oh, this is, your very first encounter, your very first sighting of a Lupin. Is that frowny face because they killed the Chocobo? Guys, Xenos is going down. He killed a Chocobo. I got my gauges mixed up. This is my stabbing points gauge, and this here on the left is my, oh gosh, this time I'm like, golly, it sure stays at 100 for a while. I wonder it's refreshing. Don't look at me. I'm not a policeman. I am a healer main tank. Yeah, and now my stabbing gauge is full. Oh, I remember why I moved it. It's because I'm warrior. It's a buff, so I see it right next to there. And that's level 80 spell. Told you I'm better. I love Krill and her little reassuring smile. She does that a lot, the reassuring smile. This is one of the very few places where it actually remembers.
ポルドラ下がれ。貴様は兵をまとめておけ。
はい、了解であります。
そこのメスどもは期待外れだったが、貴様は楽しませてくれるな。
Nah, so with Olivion's backstory, this is great because from Xenos' perspective, Olivion is someone who crawled out of the grave just to fight him. Which, heck yeah, Xenos can do that. According to Xenos, that's like dinner and movie. Yeah, he's level 70 and I'm level 60.
楽しませてくれよ。
Do not raid Savage on this. The sword thing. You know, so Xenos is level 70 here. And then we catch up to him, become level 70. And then we keep going and become level 80. While he sits around and fools around trying to decide what class to play. So I don't think he's been leveling. I think he's still going to be level 70 at Rebirth. And we're going to just take him back really easily. We're like, oh no, how did this happen? Twice. He threw me in the dirt twice. Just imagine going pathetic the way B-Mom reads the misspellings in Kelly the Room Warrior. Yeah, good for Olivia, and he managed to get through that whole fight without giving up. Giving in, just... Gosh, he's super not okay like this, though. Of how rational Ravan is.
丈夫か。
Al makes big stupid faces. I do not like that there is no option for absolutely not okay. Because both my characters, this guy and Ostocat, are the opposite of okay right here. Should have gone with dot. You're gonna get it next time, right? Bye, my friend. I don't even know what that was, my friend. Alright, so I'm gonna end stream after this cutscene winds down and stuff. Maybe we can res the chocobo. Maybe Heidelin can just reassemble the chocobo. Oh yeah, this is one of the bits where it checks if you're on a healer or not. I don't think it checks if you have healer classes. It just checks if you're on a healer. The Ostercat got to help heal at this grade. Yes, here's another bit where it the limitations of magical healing are actually a plot point.
こちらも応急処置は済んだ。野戦病院の方に移送しよう。
それじゃあ、リセは2人の移送を手伝って。わかった。
Scoop up.
あなたは他に怪我人がいないかあたりを調べてみて。疲れてると思うけれど。
You develop Olivia and you saved lives. No matter what happens, remember that. But he needs that reassurance. Now then, let's do what we can for the every minute counts. Actually, I'm gonna, that's the end of the quest. I'm going to go ahead and end stream here. I'm gonna go get dinner. But, I might pick this up again tomorrow, possibly the day after. I will let you know. I'll put it on my Twitter and those of you in Discord with me, ping tech support. So, go ahead and end stream. Thank you for following along while I'm yelling in Ala Mhigan again. I will see you guys